Boys and girls, good morning. Good morning, good morning. The tunes are a bit loud, aren't they? Sorry, I didn't mean to blow everybody's eardrums this morning. Let's turn that down. Yes. The TV. We can turn the TV on. If you insist, we can put the TV on.
Is that your wallet?
No,
Or are you just glad to see me?
Both,
I hope.
Should put some fishes on. On the fishes. We'll put some fishes on for the dogs. Cheerleader with 23. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome in. I only watch this for the TV. You clearly do not have huge, monstrous levels of interest then, clearly. I'm on the wrong screen. I didn't even realise we were on that screen. Good morning, good morning. Hope it all well. It's Monday. Monday's a fun day. Let's put some YouTube on the old telly box. You might just see nothing but reflection in the that one, YouTube Premium. Give me some fishes or something. Fish screensaver. That one. There we go. Something's on the TV. You happy now? The reflection from the window means you can't see it anyway. It does kind of flashbang the top corner of this camera, doesn't it? But there's not really a lot I can do about that. Right, new week. Did everybody have a good weekend? I hope so. It felt like a short weekend this week. I tell you what, the weekend before, there was a public holiday on the Thursday. Mrs. Manthius was off on the Friday. We were busy both Saturday and Sunday. Last week kind of felt like a 4-day weekend. The weekend just gone was only 2 days, but we deliberately did as little as possible over those 2 days. We mowed the lawn. We hoovered the house. We went to a little cafe that served waffles and champagne that was outrageously expensive and took forever. 45 minutes for a waffle, by the way. I've never had table service waffles before. It was nice though. Sun was out. It's just weird. Just odd. It really was, but it was a good weekend all the same. Awesome weekend over on NA. Ironclaw and Acarite had gone to 30 gold. Wait, hang on. Leyline residue from 90 to... Huh? Okay, somebody's been doing some crazy stuff for sure. Champagne streamer privilege. No. It was like Prosecco. It's like... They labelled it waffles and bubbles, but obviously everybody throws the champagne word about. It was white wine with some fizz. But that was it. Nice week last week as well. Even managed to not lose the streak. Congratulations, Jalida. What is your... It pops up on my Twitch dashboard, but that's usually open in a different tab. Thank you very much for the 23 months this morning, though. Very much appreciate it. Good morning, good mornings. Public holiday here in Hungary. Also, happy mailbox opening day. It's not necessarily mailbox opening day for me. I've been opening my mailbox just ad hoc as and when I'm on those characters. Now that these tunes are getting a little bit more set up through buying and selling things on the different realms, I'm not my mailbox is not quite as sacrilegious an event anymore. Prosecco better than champagne. I'm not going to agree with you on that, but yeah, don't tell the French they don't like others using the word champagne. They don't, you're right. If it is not from the Champagne region. Right, let's get these cancelled, get these back up on the auction house. The price of this stuff's going down, by the way. The sell price, it's actually back up to normal. there was clearly a couple of people over the weekend that were keen to sell off some stuff. The market price for a single Mechanica dropped to about 45,000 gold. It's back up to 50 again though now. Maybe some of the cheap stuff got bought up. Oh my god. Posting at normal price. Am I the only one with an asset advocator on Draenor? Of all places. Oh dear. Oh dear. What's going on? Oh dear. The one and only. Sheesh. Can't see that selling anytime soon, but what it does do is help float the market value for them. Just wanted to fake the stereotype of Italy versus France being enemies and all. Fake the stereotype. I don't think it's a stereotype, is it? I don't think it's that much of a stereotype. Right, that dude is done. We might get the thematurgy dudes rocking and rolling on full today. I think some of them are within like 1 day's worth of patron orders away from being finished, finally. Which actually, if that is the case, let me jump onto my thematurgy dude and see if there's any mats that we might want to pick up. Also, every toon level 80 now. Every single server, 1 level 80. That means we have, well, that's a grand total of, what did I say it was? 11 teams of, so 21 times 4. 21 times 4, 40, 80, 84. 84 different regions or something in the EU. Level 80 on every one now, which is kind of fun. Haven't really figured out what we're doing with them, to be honest, but they're there all the same. Right, this dude, how far are we away? Oh my god, we need 1 knowledge point. We need 1 knowledge point. One knowledge point. Done. I'm going to ignore the others, I couldn't care less. You should update yourself on data for Azeroth, then you'll be right up there on the alt score. Oh, maybe I should. Where did all this come from? Oh, random trash I've thrown on the auction house, apparently. I was looking at data for Azeroth the other day. Why was I looking at data for Azeroth? Am I even logged in? View your characters using Battle.net. Oh, I'm not going to press that button while it's on stream. Hang on. In case it... How do I log in? Oh, here we go. Update all. 214 characters have been added to the queue. Oh, Lord. Let's just start EU. Let's not be too crazy now. It'd be like alts or something, wouldn't it, maybe? More alts? Where's like the overall dashboard? Nuked top of the tree, no surprise. Some people have got a lot of level 80. I think this is purely level 80s as well. I mean, I think I've been... I'm not even on the front page. Oh, dear. I'm going to barely be on this... I'm not even on the second page. No, that's a lie. I've got more than 88 max level characters. Maybe I need to let that update go through. Yeah, here we go. Manthe. No refunds. EU Draenor. It claims 75. It's definitely more than 75. Definitely more than 75. Top 100 though. It's only EU though. Oh, gold. Worldwide, that's going to be nothing. Where's the like... How do you get the main leaderboards on this website? How do you see the grid with everything? Wish I could type today. How do we then favorite this? Account-wide rankings combine data from all your characters, including both Alliance and Horde. Let's favorite that character. So alt score stuff. Alt score. Ranks players based on the sum of levels across all their characters. I'm still 8th even on my server. Dear Lord. 75th in the EU, 136 in the world apparently. Whereas alts ranks players based on their max level characters. I'm in the set. Okay, at 78. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. I think it lies though. I don't think it's tracking all of my accounts and stuff. Didn't it say world 95th? Oh, now it's gone up to 80. Okay, so this is clearly updating in the background. It probably hasn't got all the way through it then. 3 minutes ago. One of them it didn't like. This character is missing achievements used to detect alts. Oh, weird. Maybe it's a character that doesn't exist anymore. Or maybe it's a character that's... Oh, weird, okay. Update failed. Could be because some of these characters are either too low level or they haven't been logged on in long enough. Oh, okay. Some of these it's got 2 days ago. It's the most recent update. Which might be a lot of these. It says, yeah, these are like level 80 now. So that number's going to go up. Yeah, there's a lot missing here. So there is still more numbers to go. Sub with Twitch Prime. Oh, that's funny. Character requires an update. Pretty disappointed that there was zero WoW news on the Xbox Game Show. Hopefully we'll get some this week. Well, it's weird, isn't it? Because news with WoW at the moment is kind of a bit odd because we sort of already know. Like, we know the big things. This is the different... We live in different times. They've kind of told us the big things. We know what the next expansion is going to be. We know that Legion Remix is coming out. We know that player housing is right around the corner. We have a release date for Mists of Pandaria Classic. There's not really much they could tell us. They're certainly not announcing anything new. So we're just looking for sort of updates really to what we already know, which is probably why it doesn't make a big Xbox thing, you know? Season 3, yeah. Could, you know, maybe an announcement of the name or something of Season 3 could have been cool, but yeah, the roadmap also gives us a big heads up with this sort of stuff now. It makes the whole news cycle less, oh my god, wow, have you seen just what they've announced sort of thing. It's weird. Maybe I leave. Is this still doing its thing? 185th in the queue. Oh, there's a possibility here then, isn't it, that I've mentioned data for Azeroth and all of you guys have just logged onto it and pressed update as well, which is crashing their servers. Whoops. Oh well, either way, that'll do its thing in due time. I'm at 116 at the moment, can't log in for update. I think he broke it. Well, yeah, this is going to be the problem, right? When a bunch of goblins go over there with their 500 characters and press update, it's it might make things a bit screwy. Right, thaumaturgy done on this dude at least. We're 30 points short for this, but this doesn't actually affect thaumaturgy in any way, right? What does it do at base? Gain 3 skill when performing transmutations. Gain 3 skill when performing transmutations. More skill. Further empower your Philosopher's Stone, increasing the frequency in which you can perform transmutations. Empower your stone, increasing the maximum number of transmutation charges you can accrue by 3. Okay, well this is not really as impactful, is it? We will fill that node out anyway, because it's good mojo. Oh, not at those prices, we won't though. Now we'll just fill it out as and when it's profitable to do so. But that means this dude should be up and running, ready to rock and roll with thaumaturgy, I believe. Meaning, yeah, there we go. There we go. Minimum requirements for quality 1 materials into quality 2. Not that it really makes a huge amounts of difference these days, but it's more about making sure that when you smush down the transmutagens that you're getting the max out of them, because this is where your profit usually lies. Okay, so that's one dude. He's ready to rock and roll. How's this dude looking? Uh, 5, 6, 7, 8 points behind. You've got 10 patron orders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are you shitting me? We're going to be missing 1 point. Oh, maybe I could get a book. Right, well, let's get the points first and foremost, though. Okay. Put that to use. They will announce Classic Plus soon. Maybe. The Season of Discovery is running its course, isn't it? It's got to be something on the horizons. We'd have to assume, at least. We wanted the WoW sub to be included in Game Pass. Questionably, do people want that? It seems to be one of those things that I imagine is very 50-50. I'm pretty much in the mindset that it can't really be a bad thing. Can you jump on Wildhammer Thunderhorn, buy on the crap, my big banky bank, just put on the auction house? Maybe. I've wondered about doing that one day, you know. Like, let's just raid a random server and buy a bunch of random shit. And then just vendor it all. just for content. There's a lot of pets. I still need to harvest all the pets off my old pet selling toons, which I just haven't got round to yet. It's just one of those tasks that's going to require me spending a little bit of time methodically going through, redistributing them on realms, seeing what's valuable still, seeing what's worth paying attention to, what's not. I already have a lot of pets, and I might also, in the not too distant future, end up with a lot more pets. So I need to sort of plan this ahead. I need to get them distributed, if nothing else, soon. That might be a job to do at some point this week. Next. Right. Can we fill you? We're 1 point short. Literally 1 point short. Can we go and... if we log out... You are logged out. Who's got Warbank access? You had Warbank access. Log you pair out as well. In fact, you've got to log out. You've got to log everybody out. Right, now you should get Warbank access. There should be some alchemy books in the Warbank, I think. Adding it to the pass should be fine for everybody, but I suppose if they move it to pass exclusively, it would be an issue. Well, I don't think Blizzard has any intention of, like, shooting their own cash cow, so I can't see it being an exclusive to Game Pass thing. I just think it will be, as an alternative, you can play World of Warcraft on Game Pass. But there's part of me that even wonders if it'll be... if it'll even be the War Within, right? It's quite possible that they just let you play up to level 70 on Game Pass. As using it as a funnel. If you have Game Pass, you can play WoW. But if you want to play the War Within, you need to buy the War Within. It's questionable, though, if it would replace your subscription and how that would feasibly work. It's messy because obviously there are people that keep being incentivized to buy 6 and 12-month game time passes. So hence why I always think that game time might be another thing. But they could potentially say, right, game time is only... they might just make 1 to 70 just free to play and put it on Game Pass. It's a move that wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Then you can buy the expansion if you want to play the current expansion. And the current expansion requires a subscription. And the subscription will... but the subscription will also get you Classic. But then, would Game Pass give you Classic? I don't know. See, this is the problem, isn't it? It's difficult to sort of figure out what they would do. Oh, let's also rebalance my gold. That wasn't the intention. Alright, whatever. Alright, this dude looks to be thaumaturgy ready. Boom. I might as well do them individually, just in case they need access to the Warbank real quick. Not in the spirit of multi-boxing, but... one thing I do need to figure out this week, that I haven't figured out yet, is how the Christ am I going to get friendly with all of these toons in their guild. I need 3,000 guild reputation on all of these level 80 characters, and I don't know what that looks like logistically. because obviously they're level 80 and they were, for the most part, boosted to 80. So they weren't doing quests or group activities particularly well on the run up to 80. Moreover, I've only recently made the guild and added them to it. So I don't know what the logistics are going to be here to get them all to friendly. The reason they need to be friendly is so that they can plop down the guild chest and use that thing on cooldown. Because they may not, that might be their only bank access. 22 quests per toon will do it. 24 quests per toon. Could we just do a lap of like... Could I 5-box the weekly quests in the Undermine, for example? We 5-box digs. 5-box digging. Hand that quest in. Get something from it at the same time. Maybe. Do the rep turn-ins give guild rep? Could be a fast way to complete a bunch of quests as soon as they're 80. Are the renown quests... I don't think they give experience. They do give you a bunch of crests and stuff like that, don't they? But I don't think they're going to give you any guild. It's worth considering. Shopping. My theory here is I either want something that's like that passively happens, or something that takes as short a period of time as possible, because I'm potentially doing it on 80 plus characters. Guild Tabard increases the rep gain. You can only equip a Guild Tabard from friendly. My problem is getting friendly in the first place. Once I'm friendly, I don't need any more. You only need friendly for the guild chest. So, yes, the tabards do exactly what I'm asking, but it's unlocking that first step in the first place that's a challenge. But it's a good idea. You can send the tabard from other toons, though. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything until you've got... You can't equip it until you're friendly, I believe. Oh, wait, hang on. No. It can't be that you can only... Wait, hold up. You can't buy the tabard until you're friendly, but you can equip it before you're friendly. Does it benefit you before you're friendly? Well, that's broken if that's the case. That's... Okay. That's a weird interaction and ever so slightly broken and might be something I need to do. Do I need to go buy 80 plus guild tabards and distribute them out? Odd. Okay. Now, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't care, because I'd stand all of these dudes, you know, in a more auction house optimal place. But the purpose of these characters in the first place was to do the Undermine farm, so they need to be in the Undermine. They need to be in the hotel, or at least near the hotel. This is why I've been considering alternative ways to get them bank access. Boom. 25. Another one ready. Gonna do 100 Sunwell runs. You mentioned that you still need a leatherworking recipe from there. If you tell which one, I can... Oh, no, it's a bind-on pick. They're bind-on pickup ones, don't worry. They're not ones that can be... If they would be traded, I'd have just bought them already. They're bind-on pickup ones. That's why I still need them. I appreciate it, though. Yeah, the for both leatherworking and jewel crafting, I think there's only one recipe in the game that I can actually buy, and that's the elemental lariat. The rest of them, I've got to do something to go and get them. The reputation reward quests do give rep. I just tested it. Oh, that's nice to know. Well, that might be a quick way to get some. Throw a Giln tabard on, and then just go do all of those. Is that the hack to get friendly nice and fast? Because I'm exalted with like every faction, so there's a good chance there's a cheat mode there somewhere, isn't there? Possibilities, possibilities. Is it 250 rep per shipping and handling thing in the Undermine? Oh, you mean the big shipping and handling quest for doing 10? Not every little mission, surely. Because that's a level 80 zone. I'm surprised if they're even coded to give you experience in any way. Every mission? Wait, hold up. Am I just going to be doing shipping and handling on 80 characters all day? Oh, God. Oh, that's annoyingly going to be the way, isn't it? That's very likely going to be the way. Okay. Well, okay. Oh, I only needed one knowledge point on this dude. Oh, well. More the merrier. Since everybody's leveling up their professions and the gathering recipes, the pattern's selling rate is increased while transmuggers decrease, so might have to follow the money. Hey, not a bad thing to do. Not a bad thing to do at all. Following the money, be very smart. I want my main account to have Warbank access, please. Is it going to log on? I want it to actually see it on and alive. There we go. Now you guys can log on. Your shirt reminds me of the Beagle Boys crew that were constantly trying to steal Scrooge McDuck's gold. Wait, what, really? Hang on. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually quite funny. My wife calls this my sailor hoodie. Well, it's not a hoodie, sweatshirt, you know what I mean? That's quite funny. Has this updated yet? 87th in queue. Okay, yeah, we've nuked the whole website. We've absolutely killed data for Azeroth. Good job, boys and girls, well done. Right, so the reason I was logging on this dude is all of you fellas need to stand here and do this on your respective realms. You need to do the same, but this is the TSM profile that I have that is set up to do thaumaturgy without me pissing around. Thaumaturgy, there we go. So now we go auction house, we go shopping, we go trade school master, auction house, shopping, and we go browse, and we do a shopping scan. And now the game just tells me what we should buy. If anything at all. Storm charged leather. Maybe. And we'll start off with right, now we need to configure a few things. We need bountiful vials. Do we have bountiful vials on these dudes? Apparently not. No bountiful vials. That's not a good start. Oh, wild wife appears. Please hold, boys and girls. Right, where were we? Bountiful vials. Need to buy some bountiful vials. Bountiful vials of seasons. Who's the irony is I'm not going to need these for very long, am I? Didn't think about this. It changes over to being finesse soon again. Which means I might not actually use all of these, but... Oh, why do we not have Weaver buff? Do I need to go activate Weaver buff? Have I not activated Weaver buff? Oh my god, so many things I hadn't actually contemplated doing. It's a new week, of course. Quick hands, actually. Either way. Either way, we need quick hands potions. Aerated vial of quick hand. Why have I got 100 of them? Sure. Why have I got 100 of these? Have all of these dudes got 100? Have I... Wait, what? Aerated vial... Why have I got 100 of these on every character? I've purchased them at some point. That's an interesting twist that I didn't know I'd done. Why would I have ever done that? But I did. Why would I... I have no idea why I bought those. We got to get the Weaver buff. Another skip found in the last day of leveling after 300 alts. I avoided a lot of the skips in leveling. I think some of them are too much like... too close to dodgy for me. I mean, each to their own if you choose to use them. I know they've been in the game for a long time and Blizzard clearly isn't fixing them. But the wall hacky ones are a touch too far for me. I'm done with leveling alts though for this week and probably for the not too distant future, so...
My memory spans 13 generations. We are always...
Wait, what? Oh, I already had the quest.
My strand carries generations of memories. You prove fascinating.
Weaver buff. Weaver buff. Lovely. Are these guys good with just a reload, or are these guys going to need a full-on... Okay, you guys need a log out. Weaver buff, beautiful. Right, Weaver buff, quick hands, bountiful, thaumaturgy, add-ons. Let's double check we have mass salvage assist on. I had it switched off on a bunch of these characters for doing some testing. Buff, 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 go. The advanced craft sim log doesn't work anymore. I used to enjoy watching this go do 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 do. Doesn't work anymore. It's not worked for a while. Weaver buff. Oh yeah, mass salvage assist. Need a bit of practice with the skip. I have like a 10% success rate so far, but it's huge. There's only a couple that I use. There was one in Manitomes where you just hop onto the ledge and basically go straight to the end boss. There's a bit of parkour on that one. The one in Magister's Terrace is a bit annoying to do, having to hop on the dude's head to try and jump over the invisible wall. But that still feels like just Demon Hunter do Demon Hunter things. The actual wall hack ones, though, I steer well clear of because they seem too dodgy. But like I said, I'm done with the leveling anyway. Buff, buff, off you go. What's the estimated time for it to do all of this? How long is it going to take to burn through 10k? Doesn't say. Great. 10 minutes. Okay, we could have bought a lot more then. Or just not bothered using the Weaver buff. Or the Quick Hands buff. Right. Them lot are off to the races. Oh, that skip was Manatome, so you already know it. Oh yeah, you run onto the rock on the left, and then you hop onto the top of the door frame, and then you do a double jump backflip onto the ledge. The hardest bit is getting on that little circle thing for you to then do your double jump backflip onto. I find, at least. But yeah, Demon Hunter do Demon Hunter things. Right, let's keep ourselves busy on this dude whilst these chunk through these. I've got about 10 minutes then on the materials on these. I'm wondering, actually, do I? I don't know. Let's do a small little batch test first. Let's not go crazy before we know that it actually works and that my maths is right. Let's, oh my god, don't look at my bags.
I have many wares.
What I probably could be doing now, actually, is going and buying 100 flipping guild tabards. That actually needs Ranthius, because he's the guild master of Manthe Arbitrage Limited. Where's he gone? Oh, here's a problem. What if Ranthius isn't even able to buy the guild tabards? Can a guild master always buy them? Surely you don't need the guild master to be exalted with its own guild before it can buy them. This could screw up the whole plan. Alternatively, we're going to be doing flipping shipping and handling missions all day. Is there a guild vendor somewhere in Dornagal? I don't think there is there? I think the closest, I think we've got to go back to Orgrimmar. Oh, this is one thing I wanted to double check, actually. Okay, that's fine. You don't have the rep quests unlocked? Well, I'm exalted with flipping everybody. Do I even need to bother with the tabard business? Is it enough to do it without the tabard? Can I on all of the alts just come over to these dudes, harvest all of the quests off these dudes?
I have an extended supply.
Like, can I harvest all of these on however many factions? What do I need the guild rep for? I need friendly so I can use the guild chest. Those plus the ones in the undermine should be more than enough. Is it 250 rep per? You need 3,000 rep in total. So it's like 15 quests or something. Maybe there might be enough. 250 rep with the tabard, yes. Well, that's my question. Do I need to give them all tabards first, or can I do it without? Maybe I should give them all the tabards anyway. Rep the brand. I'm not even sure if I can buy them yet, because this guild is like fresh as a daisy. If it's 15 quests, you can do it easily without the tabard. I'm curious now either way. Let me go see. No, here. Guild vendor. Oh, right, okay, so yeah. I can buy these anyway if needed. It would save me 250 gold times a million, wouldn't it, if I needed. Oh, that 7th guild vault slot might be useful. Yoink. How do you get the 8th guild slot? That's based upon some disgusting achievement, isn't it? Purchase all 8 guild bank tabs. How do you get the 8th then? I vaguely remember it being attached to some, like, flipping these classy things. Yeah, stay classy. There you go. Guild Vault Voucher 8th tab. What does this mean? Reach max level on each of the orc classes listed below. Oh, yeah, that's okay. We're never getting the 8th tab then. Not happening. Not happening. Not gonna happen. Spent some time yesterday moving my 1400 auctions to a different realm using the war bank. It was interesting. Adrestia. Please, 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 please do not post 1400 auctions on one server. You should realistically these days never be posting more than 100 auctions on a single server. Unless you hate yourself. Once you get past about 150 auctions, the time it takes you to post each one exponentially increases. You're much better, if you want to post 1400 auctions, taking 200 of them and putting them on 7 servers. I do not have 14 realms. Make 14 characters. Just make 14 level 10s. Like, make level 10s in random ass places. It's so much quicker to post 100 auctions on 14 characters than 1400 auctions on 1 character. Like, seriously faster. My character slots are full. Well, then you've already... Oh, dear Lord. Okay. It was a thought. I just know how painful it's going to be to post 1400 auctions on one server. Even if you're only doing it every 48 hours, that's half an hour. it will take you to do that. Time to add one more account. Sounds it, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, these dudes are nearly done anyway. On smushing the materials down, we are, of no surprise, in the negatives, but you always are at this point in the process for the most part. Seem to be more negative on some than we are on others. It's when we start breaking the transmutagens down that just basically prints pennies. I'm posting 5,000 auctions on 5 realms. It takes a lot of time, but it's profitable. You'd be so much better posting 5,000 auctions on 25 realms. Like, you could divide that number by a lot and save yourself a lot of time. Because the first 100 auctions you list basically can be done in a matter of seconds. But from that point on, every single auction takes like 3 seconds to post. The login time, like, okay. Clearly some people can't be helped. Even Potato PC, just turn your add-ons off. Honestly, just turn your add-on. You can have TSM, that's all you need. If you just post in auctions, you only need TSM. There's no diminishing for posting, only for cancelling. If you let them expire, you're fine. Oh no, there's very heavy diminishing for posting. It's exactly the same as for cancelling, but you have to. The threshold is different. When you're cancelling, you hit about 60 to 70 and it starts to really slow down. With posting, it's about 120. And it actually uses the same quota. So if you've cancelled recently, your posting will then be slow as well. You get a quota of use on the auction house. Cancelling is twice as heavy as posting, but it still is a thing. People don't notice it as much, but it's definitely a thing. Right, these dudes have... This dude is finished, so now this is where we can go through and we can smush down you guys. So this is where this does take a little bit of micromanagement. You're still working through the last of your goodies. Breaking down all of the transmutagens is where you then start spinning the profit. Because all these materials have then, as far as craft sim is concerned anyway, everything's a win here. That's not the case because you're clawing back from your losses, but these dudes should be finished nearly. Abandoned cancel scans a long time ago. I miss it, but it's just not doable anymore. The reality is these days is I don't really think, like, a lot of people are still somewhat obsessed with cancel scanning. I'm relatively convinced that there's absolutely no need to ever do cancel scans really these days. If you're posting anything that lives on the region-wide auction house, the rate of sales is the velocity on the region-wide auction house is so goddamn high that markets fluctuate 20% across a 48-hour period anyway. Meaning if you post it and walk away, you'll come back 48 hours later and 9 times out of 10 it will have all sold. With no cancel scanning needed ever. Not to mention, if you're posting anything on the region-wide auction house, you don't have the margins to cancel scan it in the first place. You start cancel scanning anything on the region-wide auction house, your deposits are going to basically nuke any profit that potentially would have been there in the first place. And if you're posting things on localized servers, they're not high traction items anymore anyway, meaning that cancel scanning is once again not really necessary. If you're going to be willing to log back on every 12 hours and do a cancel scan, instead just post for 12 hours, let them expire, and then post them again. That way you can remove the cancel scan completely. There's very, 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 very few reasons to actually have to cancel scan anything these days. Now, why is this stopped? The whole concept was that this shouldn't have stopped. We need global auction house now. The chaos that would ensue if we had a global auction house, oh my days. I honestly, I don't even want to think about it. Sold some Goblin rocket boots for 25k. That's more than I made in the past month on my old realm. Nice. Server specific, this is why I can post 10 to 12,000 auctions in about 80 to 90 minutes, as I never hit the throttle. Yeah, I mean, if Kchak can turn around and tell you there's an optimal way to do it, you should be listening, because he's probably one of the biggest powerhouse users. 10 to 12,000 auctions in 80 to 90 minutes is wild. Just for reference, if you tried to do 10 to 12,000 auctions on a single server, you would literally be there for 8 hours plus. It's unfeasible to try and do that many auctions without spreading it out. Ah, okay, you. Smushing all the... Whoa, that's not the play. Smushing all these transmutants down is tricky business. Okay, if I need to contemplate the ability to do this at an outrageous scale. I am tempted to give these dudes like 1 million gold each to just let them fly. I don't think I've done 10 to 12k auctions in 20 years. Exactly, this is it. This is why it always scares me and worries me when people turn up and say they're posting like 2, 3, 4,000 auctions and then they're cancel scanning on top of it. I'm like, you must actually live at the auction house. Thaumaturgy randomly stops. Noticed it especially when you consume exactly 1 stack with no rest in materials. Okay, that might be why. The reality is this is only meant to be sort of background busy work anyway. Especially in the not too distant future, I'm not going to be worrying particularly about keeping up a vial. So if, you know, I mean, the flipping quick hands is also not really necessary, to be honest. I'm only trying to maximize the use of the vial at the moment. I'll probably completely ignore this in the future as well. So I won't be working towards like gold per hour quotas. I'll just be working to profit. Right. So we span 10,000 materials. Oh, hello. We've got another stack of these I've missed. We span round 10,000 materials, which rough maths was 55k, I think. 55k. And once all thaumaturgens are smushed, we're left with about 4k profit. So it's It's about 6 or 7% margin on that. But then you got to remember you minus your auction house cut on selling everything back out. So you lose 5% on the way out, which means you need to be making at least 7% for you to bother doing it. But it works. It works. Which is good. This means we now have choice. We now have both thaumaturgy or prospecting to be up and running on the slave accounts when we're doing something more important on the main account. I just need to get a little bit more into the practice of actually making sure I'm optimal with using that time. This isn't a prime example of how you would do it. This is just me testing that it all just functions. One more of you. Okay. And interestingly for me, I've been able to spin a profit on this without actually using the gleaming transmutagens so far, which entirely means that blasphemites can be crafted where necessary. Alternatively though, I will probably, well, I'm going to end up with so much gleaming transmutagen, I don't know what to do with the damn stuff, but my daily crafts are probably all going to get pumped into gleaming chaos, to be honest. It's only 250 gold. 250 gold a day. Across 4 characters, 1,000 gold a day. In fact, it's entirely not even worth thinking about, is it? Smush it all into blasphemites and then sell them for whatever you can sell them for. Blasphemites continue to be just a byproduct. Because I've kind of forgot that Gleaming Chaos is actually on a cooldown, which is kind of crazy, to be honest. That's kind of crazy. We've got first time crafts on any of these at least. First craft on Mercurial. First craft there. Haven't got the mats. First craft on you. Might as well claim the first time crafts on these. Now I'm at cooldowns. So in theory, actually, yeah, maybe we should just spam out blasphemites. I think we'll get global accounts before we get a global auction house. I don't think we'll ever get either. I'm pretty convinced there's, and it's not even for gameplay reasons, and I don't even think it's for coding reasons. I think the biggest thing that stands in the way of Blizzard ever making a global game is money. Blizzard doesn't need to. Blizzard has got far too many things in place that allows them to make lots and lots of money off selling the game in 2 different places, having 2 different, because the taxes, like the legality difference at the top end, I think they could do it, but they would have to be, I have no idea how things like the tokens and game time and all sorts of stuff and converting gold into BattleNet balance, I don't know how any of that starts to work when you start merging the regions together. And all of that creates money problems. And Blizzard has no incentive to make a money problem. If anything, they want to make, you know, they don't want to do anything that could potentially get in the way of them making money, you know. So I don't think they'll ever entertain merging EU or NA, or even making one global. It's not in their interest. Players want it, sure, but their only incentive to do it is because players want it, but it's not mission critical. They have divulged Europe into multiple currencies now. They flip-flop on this, though. They flip-flop on this, yeah. Like, you can have localized Battle.net currencies now. So maybe in a way it is more feasible. I don't know. I'm still not convinced it'll ever happen. Not convinced. Don't understand why undercoins are not warbound. I'm hoping one of the things they do for Midnight is properly fix the currencies. Now that we have the warband and so much stuff has been made warbound, I really hope they in Midnight do a proper job of currencies, because it's real hacked together right now. Hacked together in terms of the fact that you can transfer shit from one character to another, but that's just the band-aid, when the reality is the best solution would be that any currency you earn on any of your characters is automatically just an account-wide level currency that you can remove. You're not earning currency on a character and then having to transfer it to others. No, when you get it, it just goes in the pot. There's absolutely no reason that we should have this kind of like multi-layer currency system in the game anymore. I mean, let's be real though, they still can't decide half the time whether something is going to be a token that lands in your bag, even though its only use is as a currency. Mechanicas, for example, there's no reason why miscellaneous mechanicas should be an item that goes in your bag. It doesn't make any sense. The only way you can spend them is at a vendor. Their only purpose is as a currency. So why do they go into your bags in the first place? Just put them in the pot. This is one of the things that I really hope they do in Midnight, is fix all of that, because it's all a little bit weird and wacky. Hazelnutty highlighted a gold add-on in her last video, Warband Miser, to manage the character gold warbank. Yeah, I've used that for ages. It's why all of my characters have a roughly similar amount of gold on them. Very cool little add-on. It does, of course, make it hard. It is slightly more difficult to manage on multi-accounts, but because obviously only one account gets access to the warbank at any time, but yes, Warband Miser, very cool. Very cool. Where's the Discord notifications? Oh, did I forget to do a Discord notification this morning? Whoops. Whoops. Oh, hello, what's going on here? Let's do a quick stream ping. I did kind of forget. It's Monday. Not everything goes smoothly on a Monday. You see the update I posted in the Discord? Really like the conversion, fits nicely with the LVI now. What was that for? You took something and you put it... Oh, this kind of like warband access. It's hidden behind my camera right now, but you can see it on all the smaller windows. Yeah, you took the warband access, didn't you? And you turned it into something else. Can't remember what you did. It's quite clever. How we doing, Mikey? Welcome in. Howdy, howdy. Bonjour to you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Any first times on these where we've got mats to do it? Right, so now in theory, what I can do is on these dudes, now I've got two options here. All of the stuff that we make, everything that's made, I should contemplate what we do when it comes to selling all of this stuff. Do I sell it on the individual accounts? Do we sell on the individual accounts, or do I think or do I send it all to one place and sell it all in one location? I think I sell it all on the same accounts, as this will then slowly rise the gold total that each of these characters have, without me having to go back to the war bank all the time to pull more out, which, as I've already said, is frustratingly annoying to do. Unless I slap a load of gold in the guild bank and they pull it all from there. Is also an option. I'm thinking out loud. Gems of 50 gold apiece. What the Christ happened there? What the shenanigans is going on? I shouldn't realistically be doing this manually, but it allows me to keep 60 gold a pop. Flipping now. 214,000. That's quite a stack. These are all random stray materials that I've just had lying about. This probably isn't an issue for thaumaturgy, but I'm running into the issue of my profit loss calculations are getting messed up when I move stuff to a bank tune now, since it's also moving cross realm. Yeah, I tend to not really, like, I know this is bad mojo, but I tend not to worry too much about the profit of stuff. on the selling side of stuff. I'm pretty content that I know how to just... well, let me put it this way. I'm pretty content that I can throw things on the auction house and leave them. And I can come back 12 hours later and 99 times out of 100 they're sold. Which means as long as I put them on the auction house at a price I'm happy with, we're all good. And this is why I'm kind of looking to begin with to do this manually, but this is not the play long term to do this manually. Unless I'm doing this at an outrageous scale. So in theory, with what we have there now, that's 126,000 gold worth of stuff listed on the auction house. Now what I am not really aware of... Oh yeah, that would be why. Ignore that one thing. So minus 80k off that. I don't know. I can't remember the numbers. We've sold 33,000 gold worth of that stuff already. So we're only... Even in the time it took me to post it, we're only 20k away from breaking even. Alright. Fewer people prospecting. All the prospectors moved with you into Mechanica. We did some analysis on this last week, whereas it's relatively clear to me that Dawn Crafting is struggling from a shortage of materials. And that shortage of materials is pushing the price of all end products and materials up. And as things get pushed up, it becomes very, very difficult at any point to buy something and turn it into something worth more. It's also significantly riskier, which is, yes, probably causing less people to tinker and play. In fact, the easy solution here is if I just did this to begin with, it will get rid of the scraggles. Oh no, because it will also get rid of all of the other flipping stuff as well. Alright, I need to streamline this process. And maybe it's streamlined by just not bothering with half of it. Post the big stuff. Where the f is all the storm dust? Hello? Where's all the storm dust? Whoa, hold on. Hold on. Where's all the storm dust gone? I'll turn we pretty historically never have less than like 400,000 storm dust Q2, and all of a sudden there's 35,000 of it. Where's all the storm dust gone? Oh god, this economy is going loopy doopy at the moment. Actually loopy doopy. At least use Auctionator instead of the default cell tab. Saves mile of mouse movements. Oh, you're probably right, actually. Mikey, you funny. Oh, God. That's funny. Does it... Does it stay BOE? Oh, God. I need to change the default to 12. Fuck it, we'll just put them in at 24. It doesn't make any difference. You get the deposit back if it sells anyway, which it will. Get rid of all this rubbish. Alright, okay. I'm already bored of doing this 4 times. We're going to have to streamline this process. I think I'm going to have to send all of the materials to one dude and one dude sells them. And then these guys, when they run out of gold, are just going to have to dip back into the guild banks. I think that's just going to have to be how I do this. Selling all these mats on 4 different characters is not happening, is it? But okay. That, for me, at least, was just a test that thaumaturgy works anyway. I need these toons to be doing more constructive stuff now. So let's admit defeat on posting these on 4 different dudes. I'll figure out a streamlined way of doing it soon, TM. Yeah, the fact that raw gems are 50 gold a piece again is actually bananas. Vendor it for more. Lol. Right, that'll do it. Next dude. Log you off. Yeah, there's no way I'm selling all the mats on 4 dudes. This is far too much like hard work. Nope, 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 and more nope. Random augment rune. Augment runes are still holding 1,000 gold plus, even with the raid doing raid things. It's how I get these random 1 materials in my bags that's weird. Oh, you know what they are from? They're going to be from those flipping goodie bags for the patron orders, aren't they? That's why. That's why we're getting these random low quantities of little odds and ends. It's not because of thaumaturgy, is it? But now we'll probably not be doing any patron orders on these dudes, so this scraps won't exist. Make this process much easier. So I should just post the big stuff and then let TSM just get rid of the rest, but TSM mailing operation, send it to one guy, post it there. Yeah, that's probably the play. Like I said, I've already admitted defeat on doing this on 4 tunes. It doesn't make any sense, really. It's just I've done it now, so I'm going to finish doing it now. We know for next time. This was just an experiment this morning anyway. But, like I said, it's nice that we now have 4 dudes who can blast some thaumaturgy when it's valuable to do it. 4 dudes that can spam out prospecting when it's valuable to do it. Those characters can now start recuperating some of their setup costs. Slowly but surely at least. None of them were that expensive to set up, I don't think, though. 50, 60k maybe. Which will make that back pretty quick. There is just a shockingly small amount of materials in general on the auction house, by the way. It's kind of wild to see. Considering it's meant to be a supply for the whole region, you know? Right, okay. Similar to NA, not so many people playing at the moment. This week's been so little. Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of odd. I don't even know what to tell you. It's kind of like either it's that there's not a lot of people playing. We're at that kind of theory stage, though, aren't we? There's one of 3 things happening. A, we are so deep into the season that a lot of people have just said, right, I'm done now. So there's a lot less people playing. Secondly, we're right at the period where big goblins are going to probably start thinking, do I drop 20 mil on mats and just screw on them away now to turn them into 25 mil once Season 3 launches? So that will take big chunks of materials out of the supply. Thirdly, I'm pretty convinced we've just had a reasonably sizable ban wave in retail due to the fact that so many people in the last week to 10 days have been like sharing their sob stories of that they got banned and they don't know why, which when people get banned, it takes obviously all of their stock with them. So there's a few things at play here that could be causing it, but they all equally are not like totally, you know, responsible for it, but you add them all together and it makes a difference clearly. Right, so what I actually do need to do also, well, these are good test characters actually thinking about it. These need to do the job anyway. Can we go and get the guild rep? Can we get these guys to friendly with guild rep? Quick and easy. And let's see if we can do it without getting them guild tabards. These guys are less important to me to be at friendly because they're going to live in the city anyway. But which means that if they don't hit it, then they're good test subjects. Currency, no, rep. Where's like guild on this? Guild rep, 625 out of 300. Can we? Go grab all of the quests. Grab the tabard. Yeah, I'm just seeing if I can skip the tabard bit. Because it saves me 250 gold if I don't get the tabard. It saves me 250 rep if I don't get the tabard. And it saves me the faff of doing it. So if I can do it with just these, I only need to get to friendly. We're already halfway there. So there's a strong chance that just these two alone. Because I have to do this on 80 characters. So the least messing around, the better. Yeah, look, this is a piece of piss. Okay. Quest's unique reward already exists in your inventory. Alright, next quest then. There we go, friendly. Boom. So right, that's handy to know. Nice. That means getting them to friendly means that they now have access to, where is it? Mobile banking. Summon a guild chest that allows access to the guild bank for 5 minutes. Only guild members with guild reputation of friendly or above are allowed to access the chest. This is what we wanted. By one tabard goes a group of 5 traders to the next. Already far too much like hard work. Already far too much like hard work. I'll fly them 2 at a time. We'll hand in all these quests. GG, well played. I'll probably even can potentially not automate, but try and use TSM or something or use something to do this faster. There we go, friendly. So yeah, I can do that 2 at a time, easy. And do that 2 at a time, no problem. Dialogue key, press spacebar to accept and hand in those quests. Getting outside just watching you click them. And then that can go on the bars. I don't know where I put it. It needs to be in the same spot. It needs to be in the same spot, next to where the professions would sit. Can I keybind that? Or do I need to switch an add-on on to do it? No, not shop. Options, keybinds, interface? No? That's a lot of toggly stuff. Action bars, chat, miscellaneous? Other? It's amazing the amount of things that go unchecked in this game on Blizzard's end, especially in older expansions. Oh, for sure, yeah. Just enable auto quest in Leatrix. Oh, that's a good point. They've already got Leatrix. Yes, that's the play. Leatrix. Automation. Automate quests. Quests which require gold currency and a crafting reagent on account-bound items will not be turned in automatically. Look, Ma, no hands. That's the play. That's the play. Right, let's turn that on all of the accounts. How did I do that? Leatrix Plus, Automation, Automate Quests. That's absolutely the play. Oh, no. That one. Nice. Right, I think we've figured that out now. And now I just need to do it a million times. Which is the ever so slightly annoying aspect of it, but... What's that minimap button thing you used? It's called Minimap Button Bag Reborn or something. It puts all of your minimap buttons into one button. God tier add-on. Absolutely necessary. Alright, and then you guys live down here, and you guys are done. Oh, why did I leave you all the way up here? You weren't meant to be there. I'll let Zygor do it. Yeah, Zygor do it. It's, Zygor's not switched on these tunes. Leatrix does the job nicely for these characters, because that add-on's already switched on. Right, but that was a nice little quick test of Rooney that it works. And that will get all of my dudes in the guild up to friendly to be able to access the guild bank quick and easy and all. Slightly laborious, but I feel that's probably the quickest way we're going to do it either way. We can go in twos from wherever they are. Now, in theory, I just say hi. Right, good. While you're saying hi, I bring the other one over. Go on, go say hi. Beautiful. And now you're done. What I'll do on the other dudes that live in the Undermine is I'll just use their Hearthstone, and that'll take them back to the hotel in Undermine as well. So I won't have to do any of the... I'll only have to do the journey one way. Which will save a bit of time. All of this is so that I don't have to use the war bank. My plan is in season 3 though, when the profit for the material, or when the price of the materials rises, that is when I'll probably clean out my war bank, I think, for the expansion then. It's going to be interesting if I decide to use the war bank for materials going into midnight. It might be that we get so deep into cross-realmy stuff that I might not have space. I might need the war bank for that. Oh, no. Love click to move. Click to move makes things much easier as well. Alright, get you in, get you in. And you have guild bank access. Beautiful. Nice. Get you back by the drawn crafting tables. Like I said, it's not so mission critical for these dudes that are predominantly focused on crafting in the city, because the guild bank is close enough to them. But the dudes that are like lurking out in the Undermine, that need to be there for the killing of the rares every day, these dudes don't have any real bank access, which is why this whole process becomes important. Professions go there, that means that goes there. That means I don't need to be on Ranthius, do I? Log you out. You invite everybody. I kind of forget sometimes that the car's a 3-player car, but getting 3 in is cool, but I really love if I could get 4 in. 4 would be magical. 4 would be absolutely magical. Because then I could transfer all of these dudes in one shift. You can sit on my... If only that was an option, yeah. What's really good is when you can, when you zoom in and land right at the back here. That's the win. And then hearth straight back. This is going to be so much easier than what I was considering. I was worried we were going to have to like run dungeons or go do world quests on each of these dudes or something absolutely laborious. But this has turned out to be a much better solution. It's going to be much quicker than when we try and put enchanting on all of these dudes. That is inevitably going to happen. Get 3 in, put the 4th on follow. Follow in the car has always felt really weird to me. It seems to have a bit of a mind of its own, and when you have it on follow. But yeah, you are right. That's probably the play. It's not too bad doing 2 laps. It's not too bad. When we're contesting, we're loading screens and stuff anyway. None of this was possible, though, until these dudes were level 80, because they weren't able to use the portal, which is why there's been a bit of a natural path to this, and kind of why I was quite keen to get them all to level 80 as promptly as possible. Because the last thing I wanted to be doing was pissing around with trying to get everybody summoned in and out of the Undermine every time I needed to move them. The irony of that's probably one of the biggest reasons to why I bothered leveling them to 80 is so that they could get to and from the Undermine without stress. This will also showcase when I've forgotten to change the Hearthstone on some of these dudes, won't it? That's going to be funny when some of them end up in the arse end of nowhere again. Probably Ogrimmar. Crimson Whelp? Okay, I didn't mean to learn that. I really hate that now I learnt about twinking for time walking and we have a decent one to run. TBC, it's going away. Well, people keep saying it's going away, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. I really don't think it's going to be that bad. It will be ever so slightly slower, but it being ever so slightly slower is not really a big issue when it will still, in my opinion, be the fastest way. It's not going to be as if that time walking is going to be outdone by something else from a leveling perspective. There's still going to be no faster way in my, by my belief, than just running time walking. It's just that each time walking dungeon might be a little bit slower because they're just bullet sponging the bosses. And the reality is yeah, this is it. Twinks will always find something in the game to cheese because Blizzard invented this thing called scaling, which allows them to remove 95% of the effort that they should be putting in favor of saying that, oh, we made an automated system, everything just scales. And the reality is that it never fucking works. And there's always shenanigans at play. This is predominantly the reason why level 70 Demon Hunters work in the first place, is because you can get them gear that scales so outrageously that they can one-shot dungeons. So, it's the game of cat and mouse again. But I actually don't think that the changes to time walking are going to make that much of a difference. But yeah, true. The fact that, it's more, well, I don't know if like I said, I live in a bit of a bubble. I know I've done my part of like popularizing it a little bit in the last patch because of what I've been doing. I don't know how far and wide that sort of a mentality has been though. But the incentive of goblins and goal makers to level a bunch of characters is as strong as it ever has been. That more is just more. I don't really see the problem with twinking time walking. The problem is when, some twink joins a random group with 4 other people who arguably didn't sign up to be zug one-shotting bosses. But I'm equally of the opinion that that's just what time walking is these days. If you want to level via dungeons and have a meaningful experience doing it, then the normal dungeons are there and available for you. I kind of consider it a similar concept to the fast lane on a motorway. The fast lane, I mean, right? It's kind of common knowledge, right? That the outer lane on a motorway is for going places. It still has the same speed limit as the first lane. All 3 lanes have the same speed limit, but it's the outer lane that's considered the fast lane, right? If you're in the fast lane, you're going somewhere. That's kind of what time walking is. Like, sure, it has the same rules as normal dungeons, but if you're doing the time walking dungeons, it's you know, one of the unwritten rules, I suppose, is that you go in somewhere, and so the twinks and the level boosters and stuff are going to live in the time walking dungeons, and they're going to absolutely blast them. If you want your gentle Sunday afternoon drive, get in the other lanes. You know, it's kind of, that's kind of how I feel about the time walking situation. You can't like, I don't know. I think people are just getting their knickers in a twist for no real reason. And then Blizzard's decision to try and increase the health pools on them doesn't seem like it's by design to combat twinks and the Zug Zug approach at all, really. It's just simply that it's going to make people spend more time in the time walking dungeons for no real reason. This is why it feels like another engagement play by Blizzard. If they slow down the time walking dungeons, maybe then I don't know. I don't understand their reasoning for doing it, if I'm honest. Because each argument has a very strong counter argument. So the question is then, if it's +1, -1, why bother? Oh, missed the pull. Reverse. Isn't Turbulent Time Ways coming next month? That's even faster leveling via time walking. Yeah, this is it. I think a lot of the time walking changes, Blizzard haven't necessarily come out and said why they're doing it. They've just said what they're doing. And what this often leads is for the community to come up with their own conclusion to why Blizzard are doing something. This is what I've always said I've said this for quite a while about Blizzard's, it's good that they communicate with us about what's changing, but the why is significantly more important to a lot of people. And it should be more important. Like, why they're making the changes should be made very clear and apparent, because that sets the stage for what that content is meant to be used for. The reason this is an argument full stop is because some people think time walking should be a nice alternative to the normal dungeons, and they should feel exactly the same as the normal dungeons. But whilst you're leveling characters, or even if you just want to go and run some dungeons casually, it should feel the same but in a different scenario. Whereas, unfortunately, a lot of the player base has realised that the optimal way to level alts is to blast time walking dungeons. And so time walking is the fast lane on the motorway. It's what people are using to zug zug. And casual Sunday afternoon, top down in the sports car, relaxing drivers are getting run over. But that would be a easy fix if Blizzard turned around and said that, said why they're making the changes and what they want the content to be. They're the details we really need. The details in the why, not in the how. Right, you're done. You're done. You've got no more quests. You're done. Another thing to consider is, are all of these crests and flight stones and valor stones and stuff, can I put these to use somewhere, somehow, on these dudes? I probably can. The question is how. Or is it worth the time doing? That can be tomorrow's issue. Oh, I didn't half back. I hate it when the twink runs through the dungeon as regulars struggling to keep up and then miss the completion on the quest because I was too far from the last boss. Happens too much. But that's my point. That's exactly my point. That if Blizzard were actually able to come out and, you know, that's my point in terms of the fact that the most optimal way to level alts is via time walking dungeons, which is why time walking dungeons go zug zug. And I believe that it's the right place to go zug zug. Time walking dungeons at this point are not meant for the casual leveling through, trying to complete quests sort of stuff. You can do that in regular dungeons. The alternative is Blizzard. Well, like I said, the important thing is usually in the communication. And Blizzard haven't really communicated what they're trying to achieve with each of these zones. And you're getting two very different classes of players trying to play in the same zones. One that wants to go slow and steady and one that wants to go zug zug. But it's either it has to be put to a consensus. You know, if 4 people want to go zug zug and one person wants to take it slow, well, I'm sorry, we're going zug zug. If 4 people want to go slow and one person wants to zug zug, then you should probably take it slow. But there isn't the option to do that, which means faster will always win, unfortunately. Or pick a queue. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, all of this problem would go away if Blizzard just turned around and said, like, leveling is for normal dungeons, time walking is for blasting, time walking is for revisiting, a bit of a nostalgia kick, and for leveling alts. Boom, go do it. If Blizzard came out and said that, you know, the rules are set, right? But because they leave it ambiguous and don't say, then they leave it up to players to decide what the rules of the place should be, and then people come up with different rules. Doesn't work. Because the rules aren't made clear to everybody up front, you get differences of opinions. Nobody walks into a 15 key in Mythic Plus, right, and expects a slow and casual progress through the dungeon. It's the definition of zug zug. But everybody that's going into that 15 key fully understands that it's a zug zug because the rules are made clear up front. This is my point, right? If you make the rules clear up front of what the mode is designed to do and don't leave it ambiguous, then you don't get these problems. Welcome in, Marcus. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're well. I apologise the stream is a little bit repetitive right now, but this is the life of playing on multiple accounts. And this is the process of setting up this little empire. Some of it is going to be a little bit laborious. Some of it's going to be a little bit repetitive, but it's all got its purpose. Can we get there? Yes, beautiful. There we go, friendly. Right, we seem to be able to smash through these teams pretty fast now, actually, which is quite nice. Kind of got a bit of a rhythm on the go with this. Muscle memory's kicking in. I should be doing this bit with my slot, but it's as many button presses to do this as it is to load a my slot profile, so... The best thing is if there's 4 people that want to zug and 1 person that wants to go slow, the zug group can vote kick the slow player and give them a 30-minute lockout. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, the ownership is really on Blizzard to make sure that the rules are clear as day ahead of time. The ambiguity of the entire system at the moment means that it's kind of it can be a gross experience for some or others. The amount of times I've been kicked from a time walking for soloing it or just going too fast. Now, I've, with having 5 accounts, I've been able to completely isolate myself from anybody else. So when I fill all 5 slots in the dungeon, I make my own rules. So I hopefully don't piss anybody off, but other than the people that get jealous that I'm willing to run 5 accounts, but they're a unique crew of individuals in the first place. Welcome in, Talumir. Good morning, good morning. The game plan today is a little bit repetitive, but it's getting every single one of my now freshly dinged level 80s in the guild. The goal is to get them all to friendly with the guild. And the reason we're doing this is because you can't use the guild chest before being friendly. And as these dudes are going to live mostly in the Undermine, they don't have quick and easy access to a guild or a storage area other than the guild chest cooldown. So we're getting them all to friendly so they can all access the guild back. Oh, that's not the right mount. Where's me? No. Where's me sandstone drake? That's not right. And we figured out the quickest and easiest way to get friendly within the guild is to go hand in all of these renown quests, because there's just enough of them to hit friendly, which is kind of nice. Oh no, wait, hang on, that's also wrong. What's going on here? These toons have got the wrong mounts in the wrong slots in the wrong places. Okay. You can buy a random 636 champion track gear with about 350 Valor Stones to gear the alts up a bit. Random, okay. How'd you do that? Where's that? Where'd you spend those Valor Stones? First rare mount sold. Congratulations, Bolton. Which one was it? Innovation Investigator is where my money's on. Oh, the asset advocator. Okay. Nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Sold is sold. Maybe vended the mount. Yeah, sold via the auction house is probably slightly more lucrative of a play. Oh, not the pack hop goblin. Pack hop goblin is a goblin perk, isn't it? Not all of my dudes are goblins though. They're all weird and wacky, all different races. Some Volperas, some Zandalaris, some whatevers. Which is fundamentally why I'm doing this. Some racials are cool, but not all of them have access to the racials, so this is the generic, universal, give me access to my guild bank play. Right, next set. Oh, I'm so glad I've been able to figure out how to do this nice and fast. This was a big stumbling point for me. Now that I've got them all in the guild, now that they're all level 80, now that they all have access to the guild bank on a 5-minute-ish cooldown or whatever it is, I can far more easily facilitate buying cheap deals wherever the deals are to be had and spreading those items out where they need to go. It's all going to start coming together now, which is kind of cool. Up until this point, I've been able to buy cheap stuff, but I haven't easily been able to move it. And often when I buy something for cheap on one server, it's still not cheap enough to be able to just flip it straight away on that same server. So being able to put it in the guild bank and send it somewhere else is going to make this much easier. In theory. It's all in theory. Huh? What? No, 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 no. Back it up, son. Oh, I know why. It's because this dude's actually got herbalism mining. Okay, you're just an oddball. You don't follow the normal rules. Okay, and you apparently haven't even ever been given a mount. Oh no, that's gonna hurt. Oh, you don't have buttons either. Why are all these dudes missing their buttons? Sandstone Drake. Love the underbog skip. Yeah, you just hop over that little I'm pretty sure there's loads of classes that can probably do the underbog skip. Surely anything that surely a lot of movement stuff. I bet hunters can disengage over it. I bet warlocks can use their portal. I bet there's loads of classes that can do that one. Not limited to demon hunters. How many level 80 teams you got? 21. 21? Yeah, 21. Enough to have one on every server in the EU. Although I did find a random server the other day that I don't have a toon on. I don't know how I managed to miss one. So I am technically missing one server, but I'll fix that problem soon. I bet there's a couple of people that can even guess which one it is as well. I do kind of worry a little bit that I am trying to make these characters wombo combo and do a little bit too much. You know, for them doing the Mechanica grind and being my buyers and sellers on all the different realms. And all being level 80 and probably trying to do other things at the same time. But it's the wombo combo nature of them that's made this little adventure so far not too laborious and also profitable. If it wasn't for Mechanica Farm, I would probably have never got round to setting this whole thing up. Just purely because I need to make 2 million gold a month just to pay for the account, so. And it's going to be a little while before the cross-realm flipping snowballs to those sorts of numbers. But the Mechanica is making the adventure profitable without the need for the flipping to already have been scaled, if that makes sense. I mean, I could have always just not worried about it too much and just spent a shitload of gold I already had, but why not make profit when the option is there? I've also made sure that I've done most of the weekly rares on these dudes as well, so between today and tomorrow, it should make the actual rare farm on these dudes a little bit quicker and easier as well. I kind of saw ahead of time that I might be doing this, so made sure to get some of the rare killing done. I've been real slack, to be honest, on the rare killing as of recently, but that's mostly been down to the fact I've been spending a lot of time doing other stuff like leveling them, which I think is time well spent. Wait, what? Why is all his buttons wrong? What's going on here? My keybinds are skew with again. No. You, what? Hang on. What the flipping hell's going on here? Oh, you don't. Flipping, Lord have mercy. Can't we just have smooth sailing on one of these teams? These are all the old remix tunes, so I think this is why they've got a slightly different setup to some of the others. Because once upon a time they had a different job. Are there any other farms similar to the Mechanica in, say, older content where you'd want a multi-box AFK on 4 and then kill on 1? Probably. The loot rules are the same regardless. So there probably are. That said, at the moment, I can't possibly see anything being more valuable other than purely trying to diversify, so you haven't got all your eggs in one basket, but I think I'm already doing a lot of that as it is. Nax Farm. Yeah, I mean, Lamented Crusader pieces are still good to get your hands on and sort of falls into that category. I'm not sure there's any single rare in the game that particularly drops anything that's worth more than 50,000 gold apiece right now. Certainly not something that stacks up and amasses to values anywhere near what the Mechanica pets and mounts are doing right now. It'd be worthwhile paying a little bit of attention to see what else is out there and what other possibles are, but I'm going to be brutally honest, if the Mechanica farm ends up dying on its ass, this is the reason I'm setting all of these up as cross-realm flippers, which that's their backup plan as it stands already. And their triple backup plan could be, I could in theory give every single one of these enchanting. It's a bit of a ball ache to set up, but there's still, you know, one season left. Might not be the worst idea. LBRS is an interesting call. Appreciate that, Mikey. I know Kachak has been looking at, like, what was it, Crackle Raw pets he was farming recently, which are a rare from Siren Isle. A pet, sorry. Have we also taken a moment recently to appreciate the fact that you are indeed actually fully farming versus your old ethos of crafting only? Go where the money's at. Well, I mean, let's not forget I have been setting up thematogists and prospectors so that when the time is right, that they can be put to work doing crafting. But, you know, why try swim upstream? Go where the money's at. This Mechanica farm is literally the most lucrative thing in the game right now by quite some margin, short of a very well-established and already rolling cross-realm arbitrage system, which is what I'm working into. I can't, you know, just go where the money is, go where the gold is. My ethos regarding crafting was that, in theory, at least, crafting should always have positioned itself a step above farming. And the reason for that is that farming has a glass ceiling to it. It's not even a glass ceiling, it's a flipping steel ceiling There's a real high limit to the gold per hour you can achieve by doing regular farming in most cases. If you're, if you're going out picking up bits and pieces for other people, very rarely is it something that you can actually scale. The Mechanica farm is kind of somewhat unique in that regard, that it can be scaled, but still it's only scaled to, a 5-box setup. Anything above 5 starts to hit diminishing returns super fast. Because we even thought about, is it worth doing this on like 6 or 8 or however many accounts? But the problem is you then just add more logistics to it. It's already complicated enough doing it on 5. And I've always considered that there's basically 3 ways of making gold in this game. You farm stuff, you craft stuff, or you flip stuff. There is, should we call it the service industry, which can include patron orders, well, not patron orders, sorry, work orders. Work orders and boosting is, the service industry. But the big 3, farming, crafting, flipping. Given Blizzard likes to replicate stuff, I wouldn't be too shocked to see more similar farms in the future. Well, this already is a similar farm. This is not that far different. This is not that different to the Nax farm from Dragonflight. This is already the work of somebody or some bodies that clearly conceptualize the Nax farm as well. So this is already us seeing the same again, which does only go to strengthen the fact that we might see something else in Midnight that mimics the same sort of setup. The Nax farm was something that you very quickly looked at, and I can't quite remember the maths off the top of my head, but there was much less of a requirement from the alt in terms of levels with the Nax farm. I think you only had to be like I think you had to be above 35, but obviously there was the concept that you need to be able to like one-shot mobs in the raid. So realistically, you needed like level 50 characters before it was like solo fast. But it still was that you would need to do about 20 runs, I think it was, for each 20 runs to, on average, get yourself a Lamented Crusader piece, roughly, give or take, which on a single account is going to be however long it takes you to do one run, which I think we mathed it out to be about 10 minutes a run if you skip some of the bosses. 10 minutes a run, 20 characters was roughly what it took, I think, to get a single Lamented Crusader piece, which then sold for about 100k. I can't remember the exact numbers, but what I have in my head was that it was about 20 hours of effort to get one piece of gear. Now, that was very scalable via multi-boxing. Very, very scalable. I've seen footage of people running it with like 20 accounts. The Mechanica farm has a bit of an upper ceiling to how you can farm it. Realistically, it caps out at 5 accounts. you can technically go higher, but you then start having to run into the issues of you need multiple people tagging and killing the rare, and they each need their own individual teams. I'm pretty sure there'll be somebody out there that is probably running this on 12 accounts, I think is probably the absolute limit, because you'd have 3 groups of 4. You'd put all 3 in the car. The 3 in the car would be the 3 leaders of the teams of, or would it be 15 you could get to? Probably be 15, wouldn't it? Because they're rares, so they don't follow the same 2x4 policy. You could fit 3 leaders in a car. Those leaders could all have 4 slaves lurking in the hotel. I've not seen anybody doing this, but this is conceptually what might be possible. You could triple the effectiveness of this. You'd need 15 accounts. You'd need... I'd also question how somebody would run 15 accounts these days. But we're talking silly mode here. You could have 15 accounts, 3 leaders, all in a car. They drive round and tag and kill the rares. That would give the 4 slaves on each of those 3 leaders loot as well. So you could potentially push as much as 15 characters onto 1 rare, in theory. Now, I don't know what the logistics of running something like that would be, but there's... like, you would absolutely, definitely not need to do any more than the 4 hotel rares doing that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm spitballing here, but... Oh, what are you still doing all the way over here? Haul ass. Still diminishing returns by making it less smooth to farm. Yeah. The diminishing returns of making it less smooth to farm, though, are increased by you being able to have access to more Mechanicas faster, whilst the price is still at its high point. It's really interesting for me to see just how level the price of Mechanica is, and has been for quite a while now. It doesn't seem to be too willing to ever really dip below 50,000 gold per Mechanica, which is interesting to me. That tells me that single account players are probably getting 20,000 gold apiece, and they're not really willing to do it for any less than that. Or 20,000 gold an hour, I should say. That's probably the floor price for it a little bit. People farming up the... what do you call it? People farming up the market research in the top corner of the map probably are able to get a Dark Fuse Paragon box every other hour. And each box is going to give 1 to 2 Mechanica. So if that Mechanica can then slowly be converted to 50k via pets or mounts or whichever process you do, the single account floor is probably around 20k an hour per right now. But as it gets less than that, naturally players will go do other stuff instead. And more so, the market research 2x4 grind is just that, it's a grind. And you're reliant on 7 other people to do it successfully, which is its own negatives. In 2 weeks, it can decrease in value again due to the Goblin event. Possibly. Yeah, that will pump a huge amount of people into the zone. Which, yes, most definitely might give more people a few more Mechanica. We'll see. I'm still at the point where I'm making, should we say, 40, 50 Mechanica a week. I'm still not having too many issues selling 40 to 50 Mechanicas worth of pets and mounts in a week either. So it's not like I'm sat on a surplus. If the price goes down by a bunch, if they change the farm, if they nerf it, whatever happens, I'm not that fussed really. Because it's not like I'm sat on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Mechanica. I'm selling them as fast as I'm farming them still. At a price that I'm more than happy with, so. Oh, we might have a little bit of a look at that Wowhead post actually. It would be good to know what the actual logistics of that are going to be. Because I've not looked at it in too much detail yet. It's a pretty good sales rate. You're selling them for around 300k. Yeah, I'm averaging. I mean, I can look at the numbers in a minute. I'm not selling them super duper mega cheap to sell them fast. I'm pretty much still only selling them on Draenor. I think the average sale price of a pet is probably 250,000 gold. Or at least, let me put it this way, I'm not getting much less than 50,000 gold per Mechanica. And still selling them pretty comfortably, as fast as I can get them. And with me trying to do a whole bunch of other stuff on these toons at the same time, I'm not actually farming as many Mechanica every week right now. A week or two ago, I got like 60 in a week, but that's because I was just like doing nothing but the Mechanica farm. I wasn't trying to also level characters. I wasn't trying to also tinker with cross-realm stuff. It was just a sole focus for the week. Whoa, why did I know that was a thing? Your Hearthstone is set to Orgrimmar. Your Hearthstone is set to Orgrimmar. Does that mean this entire team's Hearthstone is set to Orgrimmar? Oh, it does look. Why did I have a sixth sense for that? Why did I feel the need to check it on this team and not the others? That means we need to manually navigate home. I never bother to set up follow macros on these sorts of characters. I never use this enough. Made my 2 gold caps selling pets and mounts early, sitting at 20 few Dark Fuge Paragon boxes obtained. Got the mount after the 9th. It's good effort. It's good effort. That's a lot of Dark Fuge rep grinding. And I would actually go as far as to say you've made more gold off doing it that way than I have with my multi-box setup right now. I don't think I've made 2 gold caps of profit so far from this. Right, let's fix the fact that their Hearthstone is set incorrectly. 1 to 2 guaranteed per turn in is nice. Here's a question then. You got the mount from the Paragon box on your 9th. Did you get the mount any more than once? No, only got it once. So that means once you have got the mount, in theory, you are guaranteed 1 to 2 Mechanica every box. Which, let's just call it an average of 1.5 per box. For any subsequent boxes you farm. So if you're lucky and get the mount nice and quick, you're only ever going to not get those Mechanica once, and that's when you get the mount. So you can basically void it off. I got 1 twice, 2 twice, and then a mount. Converted my passive market research by farming the Mechanicas. Got a total of 5 chests. 5 chests from the market research. Holy, you had 10k market research lying about. Jeez Louise. This is the thing, right? I'm pretty convinced there's some of you guys out there farming this so much harder than I am. So much harder. I'm pretty convinced I'm getting 40 to 50 of these 40 to 50 of these a week, and I'm getting like probably a fraction what some of you guys are getting. Either that or you're doing something so very different to me that I haven't figured out yet, which is also quite possible. I'm not going to lie, I rely on you guys for my expertise quite aggressively. I'm not going to try and claim I come up with all of my ideas myself. Wild Zan appears. How are we doing, my man? Welcome in. You got the WoW bug again? Oh no, wait, hang on. Why does this dude not have all of the quests? Hold up. Hold up. Why has this dude not got all the quests? Why has he not got all the quests? Oh, you do, but they're just not showing. Oh, okay. Well, that's less of a panic. That's less of a panic. Don't know why he wasn't showing the quests, but doing the multiple killers and the Sal thing, adding more rares if I want. Oh, okay, so using multiple killers, you're 25% more efficient from the word go. Then adding Sal into the mix as well. Definitely sounds beneficial then. The wild bug has evolved to more than just flipping on the auction house. It's a big old bug, that one. Okay, your Hearthstone's in the right place at least. Button on the bars, log them out. Button on the bar. Get rid of that, not going to need it. Button on the bar, log out. Oh, this is actually also taking longer than I expected, but needs must. 300th alt leveled. See you on remix. Tulok, my man. That's efforts. My God, good effort, man. Good effort. Now that I think about it, the multiple killers has realistically no impact because I only have 4 accounts. So it's the other rares like the Sal and the Grime Week plus the weekly rares. Oh, you're only doing it on 4 accounts anyway? Oh, okay. I was assuming you were doing it on 5 anyway. Yeah, I almost never bother doing Sal because Sal requires me to move, like move from a flight path move. The only rare I will do that requires me to move from a flight path is Chief, but that's only a weekly, so I only have to do it once. But I guess if you're doing it on 4 accounts, moving is as simple as turn on the car and put the other 2 in it. Because your killer, your lead, is already there. Whereas with 5, moving becomes a real pain in the ass because you have to do it in 2 shifts every time. You just have to move Sal closer to the flight point. Yeah, I guess you can drag him over a bit. I've never tested where exactly the leash is. Can you move him to just the top of the ramp then? Does he have to go far? I've never really tested with Sal, to be honest. It might be another one to consider. What add-on you using for the hand-in quest? It's part of Leatrix Plus, which I have switched on anyway for accepting group invites. Oh, Valley of Honor. Oh God, these dudes haven't got the right Hearthstones either. Alright. Another one have slipped through the net. I clearly miss things from time to time. So not all of these teams are built equally. Yep, Valley of Honor again. Sal's the reason I switched my main to a Death Knight. Oh, so you just grip him in? You just grip him over? Oh, that's actually quite clever. It's big brain, that is. No. Where's me sandstone, Drake? Right, I must remember the reason why I'm doing this manually is because I have to do hearthstones. How much gold do you have total right now, and how much have you made in the War Within so far? I historically don't keep huge amounts of gold in like liquid form. I've probably got, I don't even really know, to be honest, like, I don't know, probably 30, 40 million gold in like liquid gold spread across all over the place. The amount I've made in the War Within, I don't know. I make it and I spend it. I tend to, I'm kind of at the level where I don't really think too much about the raw gold. I'm more focused on like building the account's value. I'm recently I've leveled 80 to 80 on every single server in the EU, so that I can buy and sell and do all sorts of shenanigans on every server. So that's costing quite a lot at the moment, buying up any goodies. But when we sell said goodies, it comes back with some profit on it. I always feel slightly weird when answering that question, on the basis that I know it's being asked with like, it's being asked as it's like a leading qualifying question. Do you have enough gold that I trust you? Do you have enough gold that I should pay attention to you? It's a weird, difficult question to answer. I don't mind answering it because I like to be honest, but it's a weird question. It's like going up to somebody and saying, "How much money do you have?" It's like, been following for a while. I know you absolutely have the knowledge. Oh, I play this game far too much. I think if I played this game and didn't have any of the knowledge, I'd be questioning myself. Curious the amount of gold people rake in. I was sat in the corner being poor. Without it being the humble brag, I guess my current setup at the moment makes me about 5 to 8 million gold a month, roughly. But, you know, that number's only been at that point since the Undermine launched. So, you know, there's not much more than a couple of months worth of data in that regard. So it's whether it's sustainable long term or not, we'll have to see. Did a bunch of gold making with crafting in season 1, which both initially cost me a lot to begin with, but then also quickly after made me a lot. It's just crafting is barely worth paying attention to at the moment. Now it's at the point where you are absolutely scrapping over razor thin margins. It's been time to do other things. How big of a sauna do you have? Yeah, that's a very Finnish way of saying how much money do you have. I do have a sauna in my house, so I guess that says something. But if I was to tell you it's not much bigger than a cupboard and it's an electric sauna, that probably tells you a few other things. Oh shit, where am I going? Satnav went in a different direction for a minute there. Didn't mean to be disrespectful. No, it's all good. Like I said, I don't mind asking the question. It's just I often feel that when answering it, that I know that there's hidden connotations behind the question quite often. It's not too different. I imagine that different content creators get it in a different way, though. You know, I guess it's the same if you predominantly, you know, you play Mythic Plus on stream or whatever. There's a good chance that the very first question people turn up is like, "What's your IO? What's your IO? What's your IO?" And if you don't say over 3K, then they peace out. You know, it's one of those. Every time I start doing some goal making, I end up doing a bad decision and losing a lot of gold and then lose interest in it. But you learn so much more from the mistakes. If you always won, you don't learn anything. Like genuinely, it's when you I don't know whether you level up a profession and you spend far too much leveling up the profession and then there's no money once you've leveled it up, then you learn something from that. You learn that you learn that just because you put in some time and effort, it doesn't necessarily always pay out. And maybe next time you can sort of either try and keep your leveling costs down or look at it from a perspective of like, well, can I do any research before I level all of this up and before I spend all of this gold to see if there's going to be profit at the top of the tree once I get there? Same in life in general. You learn more from the mistakes, so don't be worried when they happen. And luckily, this is a video game. So, you know, at the end of the day, what does it matter? It's all Monopoly money anyway. I've always been a big fan of advocating like a fun first approach to goal making. Soon as you spot somebody that is clearly only doing it for the purpose of making their gold value go up, which also very often coincides with the only reason they're doing it is so that they can go buy a token and quote unquote play for free. You often see those people very, very quickly stop because as soon as the fun runs out and you're doing it just to make the pile of gold get bigger, it's not very fun. People dip very fast. Oh, these dudes are already in the hotel. Why are these dudes already in the hotel? I've already done these characters? Why were these dudes actually in the hotel? What am I doing? Character rep. No. Okay, these guys just must have been in the hotel for another reason. Lose track of what's going on. Just put the oven on, sit in front of it. Also works as a sauna. In limited capacity anyway. I have a sauna. The sauna. What is this? What? That is a thing? That's not a sauna, that's a sweat box. I mean, I guess it works. I mean, don't knock it until you've tried it, I suppose, but just plugging in the rice cooker, yeah. Let's check the hearthstones on these dudes. Actually, these are set correctly. The fishing chair was an interesting touch on that. Yeah. Okay. That should be another team nearly done with Guild Bank access. Now, I do also have many of these characters are Volpyras, which obviously Volpyra has the luxury of the camp, which is definitely something that at some point will need to be utilized. That you can, I mean, the camp is even more powerful than a regular Hearthstone. The fact that it can take you to an exact point on any map anywhere in the game, I think is highly underutilized, and there has to be some clever plays with that. I just haven't figured out what they are yet. If you kind of planned, you could technically have all Volpyras for this farm and just drop them at, like, I don't know, rats or something. Or you might be better off using them for like some random ass rare somewhere else in the game that's a pain in the ass to get to. Haven't figured that one out yet. Been doing some of this on my alts too, but going to save some of the turn-ins for next season, assuming Valor gets reset again. Well, yeah, that's true. I am kind of shooting myself in the foot with getting these dudes any gear going into next season, but that's not a super high. Them having gear is not really a biggie for me right now. Although half of the reason of them being 80 is that they can be useful in current endgame somewhere, which will probably quickly require me to get some gear on them. It's only taken me 2 of the rep turn-in dudes to do this, though. Meaning, hopefully, if that's needed next season, I'll still have the other reps to harvest. I can't have many more characters I need to do this on. This is starting, like, I mean, I'm quite deep into this process now, but I tell you what, the concept of doing, like, if I was to go back only a couple of weeks, knowing what I know now, if I would have decided to go, you know what, yeah, having a level 80 on every realm sounds like fun, I think there's a very strong chance I'd have changed my opinion on it. Like, when you start doing anything 84 times, literally anything starts to take a long ass time when you're doing it 84 times over. Hence why I understand why K-Chak has maybe never done anything with his region-wide selling tunes other than leave them at level 10 standing next to a mailbox. Because all of this is fun and all, but my lord, is it more work than I was expecting. It's been an interesting adventure though so far. And I'm hoping that I can milk enough out of these tunes to have made the whole thing more than worthwhile. I just gotta hope I stick with it and don't get bored. But like I said earlier, soon as the fun disappears, you should stop doing it anyway. Just something as simple as getting a little bit of guild rep so that they can use a flipping guild chest has taken probably a good hour or so today, maybe even a little bit more. I wasn't necessarily expecting this on a Monday, but I find it really hard to like plan the streams these days, because often before I start the stream, I'll be like, right, what are we going to title the stream? What are we going to do that day? And more often than not, I end up doing something completely different to what I planned to. Reported 3 druids for botting. Got a reply back from Blizzard. Justice is served. Fair play. Even if you just hibernate them for a while, they'll still be useful in the future. Well, yeah, this is it. Like, I know full well, I mean, history doesn't necessarily always repeat itself, but let's look at, you know, going from Dragonflight into the War Within. Look how many players out there would have killed to have had 10, 20, 30 alts going into the War Within to just dominate concentration in Season 1, but didn't because they didn't have 10, 20, 30 alts. You know, in that regard, it was a missed opportunity for a lot of players. I was very busy min-maxing each individual professions on 8 characters, and did reasonably well out of that, which is why I've not done as much with concentration. But I also didn't have huge amounts of characters. I had lots of level 70s, but most of them were on one single account and were planning to do something else with them anyway. I had a few level 70s on a few other servers. But not a lot, like 6 or 7 or something like that. Going into midnight, though, with the best part of, well, I've got 84 level 80s across these accounts, plus however many late 80s I have on my main account. I'm probably going to go into the War Within with at least 100 max level characters. And that's before Remix happens. Who knows what might happen with Remix? I didn't leave it up to chance that Remix would have a Zug level alt thing like it did in Mr. Pandaria Remix. I suspect it probably will, But I also suspect Blizzard might be like, right, well, people leveled far too many alts in Remix. I don't know. We'll have to see. There'll definitely be some use for them at some time, for sure. Whatever I end up doing with them. I'm pretty sure I got the same feedback from them, and the botter was still there 1 week after. Well, they might have just got a 3-day ban. This is the thing, right? It might not have been a perma. I've often wondered this. Like, is, you know, because I suspect if a single character gets enough player reports, it could still easily mean that it's only a 3-day ban and then they're back again, which is ridiculous if they are actually legitimately botting. But if Blizzard don't look into it and it just auto triggers an auto 3-day ban, then they could very well just be back 3 days later. You never know. There's no indication that it's an instant permaban every time. Sadly. No, that's the wrong amount. Appears at the alt names, sub with Twitch Prime. Is there a story behind that? Yeah, often my starting soon screen when I run the stream is those 4 characters standing next to each other. It's cheeky marketing.
My direct
And in scenarios like right now, I should probably be doing the same, since this account isn't seeing the main focus. Yeah, my starting soon screen is basically this. So if you're super early in the stream, often this is what you're presented with. Blizzard's customer service is a bit of a joke. It was good 10 years ago when you actually spoke to people. I remember it being not too uncommon of a thing for you to, like, most people had a story of where they saw a guild master in the game, right? Either, like, you know, spawn in and do something. I didn't think that was too uncommon of a thing. People maybe didn't have, you know, tens of stories, but, you know, if they were raiding or if they'd been out, you know, people had seen guild masters in the game. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I'm pretty sure people are not. I'm pretty sure servers don't have their own individual guild masters, game master, sorry, anymore. I probably said guild master. My brain's in guild mode. We're farming guild rep, that's why. I'm sure there is very, very, very little actual humanized in-game sort of admin stuff going on. arguably because of the scale of the game, but it still makes sense to me that having a couple of active, real human game masters on the bigger servers, just, you know, their job is to explore and sniff out people doing shit they shouldn't be. And, you know, if a ticket comes in from a player on that server, it should be almost, you know, pushed to the front of the queue, insta replied, whatever the case may be. But, you know, every single individual doing that is another salary, and Blizzard clearly doesn't see the value in it. Was Mr. GM an actual GM? No. No, apparently, don't quote me on this, but apparently Mr. GM, his you know, internet name was Mr. Games Master from way back in the day when he made his YouTube channel and stuff before he was even playing WoW. Hasn't got anything to do with GMs in the game, I think. Maybe proven incorrect. It's just a bit of a happy coincidence. Nearly 2 decades ago, we had a games master in our guild. Thanks to that guy, I'm on friends and family, and still getting early alpha still. Nice. It's not what you know these days, it's who you know anyway. Made me remember the TV show called Games Master. That program was really cool. With the old dude with the monocle. I don't know what happened to him. Well, I'm sure we can all guess what happened to him. He was an old guy. But like, wait, why didn't you get in the car? Get in the car. And he zoomed off without you. I've clearly done this too many times now. It's getting into the territory where I don't seem to be able to do this as smoothly. I definitely hope I get alpha access for midnight this time. If I miss out on alpha access for midnight like I did in The War Within, I'm going to be big sad. Now obviously I can't guarantee these things, but
It's not junk.
I'll just be honest, it took me a couple of weeks to even get into the flipping beta, if I remember, from for The War Within, so it was no it wasn't exactly plain sailing. Just riot. Or do you mean you mean play League of Legends? Is that the solution?
Ask where I got it.
No alpha? We'll play League of Legends instead. Either works. My brother plays League. He plays League and he plays RuneScape. I worry about his mental health sometimes. Says the man that sits and plays World of Warcraft 40 hours a week. League of Legends is not mine. Played it back in high school. I've always found it interesting how some people are League of Legends, some people are Dota. People seem to pick a path. You very rarely hear about people that like play both of them. I've never really played either, to be honest. I dabbled with League just to see what all the hype was about until I realised the hype wasn't worth it. Why play both when League is better? This is the point, right? Yet you'll also see people with 10,000 hours on Dota and they'll say the exact same in the opposite direction. Why play League when Dota's better? Gamers, divisive, never. The difference is that they are wrong.
My directive is to...
I used to have a boss that was almost famous for saying the phrase, "I hear your opinion, but you're wrong." Safe to say not many people liked him. Joke's on him, he got fired for some reason eventually. Nobody ever found out why.
It's not junk. Don't ask where I got it. You need? I got.
Have you ever tried being a goblin in Final Fantasy or Guild Wars 2? Yeah, the question comes up a lot. I've never touched Guild Wars. Not for any particular reason, that just I never have. We played Final Fantasy 14, or I play tested, I should say, Final Fantasy 14. But I made a real mistake with Final Fantasy 14 of trying to do the song titles are here. I made a real problem with Final Fantasy 14 of thinking I should do the main story quest only on stream. And that was a big downfall for me, because it then meant that I got engrossed in the story, but then only wanted to play Final Fantasy while I was on stream, which turned out to be a critical error, because then I just didn't... the bug never got me. Much in the same way as time gating in this game means that most people couldn't give a damn about the story, right? For the simple reason that when you get engaged in something, you should keep doing it. Like when you read a book, for example, you don't read one chapter, then put the book down and come and pick the book up again next week. No, when you find a good book, you read it from cover to cover and then ask where the last 3 days went. The mistake with Final Fantasy for me was that I got gripped by the story, but then was continuously putting the story down. I was putting the game down and then not playing it when I wasn't streaming because I devoted to do the MSQ on stream. So the hype disappeared and we ended up playing back in WoW, and then we put Final Fantasy down and haven't been back since, unfortunately. So we never really got to the dizzy heights to where any goblinry stuff happened. I was very intrigued by the player housing in Final Fantasy. The fact that you could make a shitload of gil and then buy plots of land and do all sorts of shenanigans. There was definitely intrigue there, but we didn't play it enough to really learn much or do anything. Okay, this is the last team of 4 to get their guild rep. This has been a long journey, but a worthwhile one, when all of these dudes can stand in the Undermine and have access to the guild on demand. The TV is on? Yeah, boy! Just for you, Jack. Escaped prison, yes. Swag bag. And Pedro's on at the same time. It's like you planned it. It's the stripes on this are actually like navy blue, but the lighting and the camera in here is probably going to make them look black. So yeah, it probably does look a touch prisoner-esque, more so than what was intended. First thought was a French mime. Oh, oui, oui, oui. I don't think it's much of a secret, but my actual name is Louis, which is a French name, so fits the theme. Get off, you stupid dinosaur. Hop in. I'm not French in any way, shape or form, by the way. Not even relatives. My mum just liked the name. But I do have an affinity for cheese and wine, so maybe there's something there. Escaped Alcatraz this morning. Hey, it's America. They just let people out now. Just gargle Trump's balls a bit and you get let out. Job done.
Don't ask where I got it.
Politics alert! Politics alert! Spicy takes.
You need? I got
And then flipping French tune comes on. What's going on?
It's not junk.
It's all a conspiracy. I've no idea what the words are to this, but the bass line slaps. That's why I like this tune. I put this on in the car the other day, and Mrs. Matthews was like, "You tried to get us killed!" The whole car was bouncing. Okay, that should, in theory, now be everybody with guild access. Easy guild access. I'm yet to test this theory, mind, but you know there'll be one that randomly doesn't have it for some reason, that I forgot to do one quest or something double stupid, but 80 characters up to friendly in the guild in the space of an hour or so. Significantly less painful than I was half expecting it to be, because we didn't really have to do any quests. We just had to fly somewhere and say hi to 2 NPCs. I've also just realised one of the things I probably should have done then was go and pick up the Titan rune weekly on all of these dudes as well, because that's already proving to be a nice little source of resonance crystals, which when you multiply 1,000 resonance crystals each week across 80 characters, that all of a sudden fixes the resonance crystal shortage very nicely. Not like we told you on Wednesday. Well, I did it on some of the characters. I suddenly realised that flying everybody there and hearthing everybody back was going to take far too much, far too long to do, so I didn't do it. But yeah, it's already proving to be relatively lucrative. Right, it's been an hour or so. Let me quickly cancel scan on my pets and mounts just to keep them front of the queue. Should you not be in the zoo? Maybe. Somebody was asking earlier about what sort of price I've been selling the pets at. I can, now I'm on this dude actually. Let's have a little looky. Little looky at the average price of stuff that's sold. Where's Journalator? So, whoop, no, what have I done? So, a few mounts, a few pets. That's difficult to sort of build an average because, you know, there's been different time frame in which we've sold them, but between 1.2 and 1.5 million, realistically more around the 1.3 million mark for the mounts. And then pets, we're looking at like never less than 200k, but pretty much always 50,000 gold per Mechanica pretty consistently. In fact, I think the per Mechanica value of these is probably lower than the pets, but still not huge quantities. But you know, we're also not farming millions of them either, so do you know who Onicute is? It's one of Magicus's characters. Magicus is back playing again. I was speaking to him the other day. Has he bought one of mine, has he? He must have bought that for his giveaway or something. Onicute. Innovation investigator. He might have bought that for his giveaway that he's doing on his stream. I say stream, it's just an advert. It's a running advert. I'm not even sure if his stream is particularly above board when it comes to Twitch's rules. Who's Magicus? He's commonly referred to and somewhat self-proclaimed the OG billionaire, yeah. He used to be, I wouldn't say active, but he had some videos on YouTube that were light years ahead of their time in terms of, basically, he was one of the absolute OG pet flippers. I think he made most of his gold initially selling pets. And he was also doing it cross-realm way before anybody had even really considered to do that sort of stuff in much detail. He made an awful lot of gold a long time ago with like trading card game, pets and mounts. Has kind of been quite dark, not really been too forefront in the community for quite a few years now. But yeah, corruption gear in BFA made him like literally hundreds of millions of gold. Because he was basically buying every single piece of like BIS itemized corruption gear on every server, and then was shoveling it all over to the realms where the Race to World First guilds were playing and selling a single piece of gear for gold cap. So he was making a lot of gold and has been for a long time, but has never really been too public about it. But of course, people know who he is because of that. You're going to play June? I've seen a few people playing June. I don't know. I don't know, really. I don't really know much about it. But I've seen some people putting a lot of focus in June. Is it on Game Pass? If it's on Game Pass, I'd consider giving it a go. I'm not sure I'd want to spend $60 on it if it's... His stream is just one big gamble advertisement live stream. Yeah, I don't really condone Magicus's live stream, to be honest. But I think I'm actually modded in his stream as well. 8 billion net worth, you can see it on his stream. I mean, each to their own. I don't, you know. Very, very self-proclaimed and has every right to scream and shout about the amount of gold he's made and been able to make. Don't get me wrong, I don't know the guy personally. I think Zanzaful actually speaks to him, or probably knows him best. They're both Danish, I think. Definitely ain't worth $60. What, the new June game? Well, it's difficult, right? Because I've seen a bunch of streamers streaming it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's any good. It just means they've been paid to play it. I tend to figure out if a game is worth playing like a week after it's launched, because a week after it's launched, if the big streamers are still playing it, that's a sign they're no longer being paid to play it. And it might actually be worth paying attention to. Although at the moment it only really seems like Co-Carnage and Pirate Software are playing it. That I know of, at least, anyway. Oh, while Zan appears, he was lurking. Oh, Shroud's been playing it as well, has he? That might be who I've seen playing it, actually. Okay, I need to do some patron orders on some of my basic dudes. And let's now see how much of that alchemy materials has sold and is in our mailbox. Might be worth setting up the shipping of all mats to a single character. I've suddenly realised that's made more complicated by the fact that all 4 of these characters are on a different server. Shit. That means I'm going to have to deposit everything in either the Warbank or the Guild and then take it out on another character. Or succumb to the fact I might have to sell everything on these individual toons. That wasn't cleverly thought out, was it? That wasn't very cleverly thought out. Okay. Well, there's our gold back, that what we spent on the mats already. So whatever's still in the auction house or still to hit the mailbox. Oh, there's not a huge amount left there. I kind of need to start killing some rares in the Undermine, but we're already 4 hours into the stream. I don't think I want to start anything big, new, or serious just now. I think it's probably smart for me to get some patron orders quickly done, and then maybe go get some lunch. Getting a bit peckish, you know. Oh, no mats. Hang on, try that again. Wow, we'll actually do most of those. It's going to cost a bit, but there's got to be loads of knowledge points in that lot. Snapping whilst building is still awful, and the AI is actually dumber than Bran, however they manage that. Are we talking about June here? Like I said, I don't really know much about the game. I just know it's new and it's popping and people are interested in it, which leads me to think I should at least pay attention to what's going on. I wonder if I'll actually finish blacksmithing this expansion. I never finished blacksmithing in Dragonflight because I just couldn't be bothered to do the weekly quests after a while. I've not touched the armor crafting tree yet though, so I've got quite a journey still ahead of me with blacksmithing if I want to finish it. Like nearly 50% of the journey. Doesn't give me the greatest of hopes for success. It's carried kind of solely by the Dune fantasy. As long as you're a big fan, you're going to have fun. How long that hype will last, though, and it masks the problem, is a different story. Like I said, it could very easily be a game that's, you know, it pops off on Twitch for a week whilst people are paid to play it and then just filters off. Good games tend to stand out by themselves after a while. 89 knowledge points. I need 100 knowledge points to finish this tree, and then we got this monstrosity to contest with. And I don't even want to add up these points. That's 100, that's 200, 225, plus, it's like 300 points in here. We are so far off blacksmithing, it's not even funny. Not even funny. I just did the trainer quest every week, the one that gives 3 points. Took me months, years actually. Well, even that, yeah, like I should just go back to Valdrakken and do that quest every week, but it's the whole concept of remembering to go back to Valdrakken and do that quest every week, you know. I don't technically need it though, that's kind of the point. It's just the completionist that's the completionist aspect of not having it done that bugs me. Do you already have the old professions at max? Yes, pretty much. There's like 1 or 2 like Legion gathering stuff that's not, but the thing for me is that they're not all on the same character. So for example, this dude who is a scribe and has been a scribe for quite a while has actually only been a scribe in Dragon Isles and Khazalgar. One of an old character of mine that has since gathered dust has classic up till Dragon Isles. So there's part of me that kind of wants them all on one toon rather than split across 2, but that's me being really picky about it. So I don't really have to level any of the old professions unless I want to level some of them again to get them all on the same character, if that makes sense. Which is kind of sweaty, kind of min-maxy, kind of not really that necessary, but it might be something I do anyway just for content. Cash money on some of these, holy. Not you though, not you. Artisan security, no, you can peace out. No, wrong button. The rest of the patch I'm working through the old quests and content, picking up all the old achievements, etc. Pretty confident Tyrande is going to be dead in midnight based on these TBC quests. The only thing I have been contemplating doing is looking at how viable getting all the profession achievements might be for the different professions. Now, these were added in Dragonflight, and at the time I didn't pay too much attention to them because 5 achievement points for doing some menial crafting 1,000 gems I wasn't bothered by. But I have a strong suspicion that part of the past professions getting access to decor stuff might also be tied into you doing those achievements. Those achievements might reward you some of the recipes. Because right now, the reason to do those achievements is basically non-existent, other than for like a tiddly amount of achievement points. But they could very easily retrofit these to reward you some of the recipes, and then all of a sudden they become very useful to have done. But that's heavy speculation. Because I mean, there's loads of them that cost a lot of gold and are pretty laborious to do, which could so easily be Blizzard's way to make people chase after something. So many recipes, etc. locked behind reps. Though they said reps were source of house stuff too. Yeah, getting old reputations leveled up as well. And annoyingly, having those reputations on the correct crafters is still probably going to be important for a lot of the past expansion stuff. They are slowly retrofitting the reputations with the warband system, but yeah, it's still a weird one, you know. 5 accounts are going the old K-Chak road. When it works, it works. Got almost all of the reps maxed out on my main, barred from some random one. Yeah, see, this is always the approach I've taken. If I've gone back into old content and leveled a reputation, I've always done it on my main character.
Is that your wallet?
Which will
Or are you just glad to see me?
hopefully mean
Both, I
that
hope.
when they slowly but surely retrofit them all, I should just have them all warband wide. But until they do that, I have lots of reps on one character and basically no reps on any other characters. Which, if they do lock recipes behind reputations on old expansion stuff that hasn't been retrofit yet, it could be annoying. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm adopting the attitude that there is still time if there are barriers to housing related to goal making that emerge. It's just likely to be more expensive later down the line. Yeah, that's the right way to look at it, I think. Oh, Golden gift in the sub. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Grinding all reps on all of the characters sounds awful to have access to all the recipes. Yeah, I mean, obviously you won't need to do all of the reps on all of the characters, but just the ones that relate to those specific professions. But yeah, I mean, that will quickly get some negative feedback if they go that route without warbanding those reps. And let's not forget that if the decor items end up being sold on the region-wide auction house, or to be honest, even if they don't, they'll still get syndicated across every single realm very, very quickly. Meaning it won't take many crafters getting the recipe, or the crafters that just so happen to already have the reps on the right characters will be able to claim that market very quickly, ultimately meaning that the effort of going and regrinding that rep just might not even be there. We'll have to see. So many question marks where decor and housing is concerned right now. So many question marks. It's exciting to speculate, but I also hope we start getting some more solid answers soon. Because the theory is we should have housing within the next 6 months, really. If their plan is to release it before midnight. Worst case scenario, we get it like early next year. But unless something goes tragically wrong with testing of it, we should get it before Midnight launches. And we have a pretty solid estimation of when Midnight is going to launch. So... Yay, finally finished contracts. Not sure that'll be useful for anything, but either way. You're done, you're done. I don't know why I started here. Maybe I wanted to craft a staff for somebody at some point. I don't know why I'd started there and didn't finish it. 30 in each one of these? Shit the bed. Okay, I thought these were only 10 apiece. I thought 40 points fills all of those. Apparently not. Ouch. Okay, well, then I have no idea where I'm spending my next inscription points. We'll leave them until I figure it out. I should have probably put these into cloak, shouldn't I? That's the only piece of gear I might actually craft. I don't know, whatever. Okay. What in the world is going on here? How does Goldson and Gold Capone have a magic secret language? What in the world is this? I have a feeling they pretty much still need to present the game as new player friendly with all the housing stuff, considering how many new players will come in. Yeah, I think I share the same opinion, and this is why I really don't think that it's going to be anything too disgustingly grindy, because as much as we would love for recipes to be difficult to acquire, materials to be difficult to acquire, decor items to sell for hundreds of thousands of gold, we'd love all of that as goblins, but let's not forget that that is kind of the exact opposite world to what I think Blizzard might want from housing. Blizzard are clearly going to want housing to hit the ground running and not piss off everybody, right? Like, I know Blizzard likes to do Blizzard things their own way, but the reality is after 15 years of everybody saying, when do we get player housing? When do we get player housing? When they give it to us, they clearly are going to want it to be like just a smash hit. And so, yeah, I tend to think that the first injection of decor stuff that we get will be very simple, very straightforward to get your hands on. Because let's not forget that the monetization model for player housing is clearly going to be later down the line giving people decor sets, right? Just like we have transmog sets now, there'll be decor sets. No shadow of a doubt, there'll be like decor related raid sets. There'll be decor related trading post items. Annoyingly, there'll be decor sets on the player store. All of this will mean that will want as many people to get involved with decor when it first launches, get a nice big foundation of decor items to be able to, foundationally build their house and make it look reasonable without very much effort at all. So then everybody has a player house. So when the shiny dollar options come through, people are more incentivized to buy them. These are all the things you have to kind of carefully consider with Blizzard being a business and Microsoft being at the helm. If in doubt, follow the money. And I think the money says make player housing as widely available, as easily as possible initially. And then start layering on the money. And in 12 months' time, when we start seeing player decor sets in the store, you can quote me on that. Wow, that's a big load of not happenings. That's a huge load of not happenings. There is one that might happen, but it costs me a shitload and gives me an augment rune, not even a knowledge point. Okay, see you later. Look at all of the shit that's not provided. Scumbag engineers, man. Actual scumbag engineers. Any alchemy stuff? We started the stream with alchemy patron orders. I think we might finish the stream with alchemy patron orders as well. Craft up those ones. Jesus, that's a big old list. See, this is the silly thing for me. I have an entire war bank absolutely stocked to the hills of materials, and shuffling around the accounts to make sure that the right account at any time has access to the war bank is so annoyingly frustrating to do that I completely forget to do it, and then ultimately don't do it and just end up buying mats off the auction house anyway. Leading me more and more to believe that storing mats in the war bank, whilst was very convenient early in the expansion, is just a pain in the ass right now. I could be using the war bank for other stuff. Or Blizzard just needs to fix it so we can all access the war bank from any character on any flipping... Give it the same guild bank treatment. Make it a touch slower, but let everybody have a go. That's all I want, Blizzard. Well, that's a lie. I probably want a lot more, but that's the start. Weekly decoration points to spend that goes up over the season. Oh no, don't even think those thoughts. I really feel like the war bank should have just had a big reagent tab. You and me both, to be honest. The fact that individual players have their own reagent bank, yet there isn't a dedicated reagent slot in the war bank, does kind of feel a bit odd. It's another one of those problems, though, that it's only a problem for, like, absolutely nobody at the end of the day. It's a relatively large problem to, like, altaholic, accountaholic goblins, but we are such a minority that most people don't even know we really exist. And those that do know we exist tend to not really care that we exist. Right. This alchemist is slowly getting there. Thaumaturgy spec'd by default. Spec'd into potions. In being good at potions has needed to fill out the rest of the alchemical mastery tree. We have Blessing Blossom left to do. Then all we need to do is do flasks, and then alchemy will be done. We are, so what is this? 30, 80, Jesus, 120 points away still, give or take. Oh, his professions are never ending. The catch up genuinely feels slower than not having catch up. It's wild. I can't get my head around how these professions feel slower with catch up than they did without it. Wasn't it possible to get materials from the Warbank even if it's not open? I remember free-to-play account Twinks using it to craft using the main account's mats. I don't think so. If so, that was a bug that shouldn't have happened. Let's not forget the beginning of the expansion, you couldn't craft with mats from your Warbank even. That was a hotfix that came in later than after launch. Here's a question, even within your viewers who are much more likely to be multi-account players, how much of us actually run two or more accounts at once? Poll it out. Poll it out. Probably won't get all that many responses, but we can poll it out for a quick new poll. How many accounts? 1, 2, 3 plus. Poll up, poll up, poll up. Click the buttons. Click the buttons. Poll up. On the how many accounts? 1, 2, or 3 plus. 1, 2, or 3 plus. Let's get these numbers in. We'll find out. We'll find out. Whilst the poll's running, boys and girls, I'm going to take a ever so quick break. I'm busting for a pee. I should probably finish the stream already, but we'll get this poll in and then we'll have a little bit of a look. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay. Okay. So, is the poll, are we finished? View results, end poll. Still a little while to go. So what are the numbers on these? How many accounts? 1, 2, 3 plus. It's actually surprisingly even distribution. Pretty surprisingly even distribution. So, yeah, whilst there is a handful of people who run off the single account, 2 accounts is equally as common within the Goblin community, and that's probably because 1 main account and 1 account that does auction housey stuff has been the meta for a long time. But then there's also, now we are the above average normal here, clearly, but there's also a handful of people who run even more accounts than that. So yeah, one account Andy's win. That's not really of any surprise, but 2 is equally common, and there's a handful with 3 plus even still. Now, if you were to do the same poll in like Mr. GM's stream, 1 would win by like 95%, for example. Like, these numbers here are only as equally distributed because of what we tend to focus on. Yeah. Interesting. But, boys and girls, that is going to be me done for the day. It didn't feel like we got a lot done today, but in the grand scheme of things, we got a lot of grunt work done that will that will definitely benefit from doing today. Thank you all for joining. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Monday. We will be back tomorrow, last day before reset this week. I don't think there's anything too critical to do tomorrow. Other than the fact that my main character has done nothing of anything this week. There's part of me that thinks we should do some flipping visions. I should try and do an 8 mask run. That might be something we do tomorrow whilst we prospect or thematigize some mats or something. A Stormwind 8 mask run might need to be done. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait 2 weeks for Stormwind to come back round again for us to do it. In theory. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, thank you for joining, boys and girls. Enjoy the rest of your day. I usually would pass you on, but I'm not really sure who's on right now. I stream at such odd hours. There's very rarely many people online when I finish. I'll let you decide where you go. Enjoy the rest of your day. Come say hi on the Discord. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Peace.